What is going on, everybody? We are back for another solo session of Dune Awakening. And I love to say it, but we are on the spice tonight. We have a large crater all to ourselves, knock on wood. And let's get all of it. I also have a pretty cool thing to show y'all when I get back to my base. I have redesigned the deep desert base. I learned from the previous model, made some adjustments when I built it this week. Build time was around a few hours to kind of get it dialed in just right, but I'm very pleased with the results. It came out very nice. All right, let's get started. Just kind of curious. Okay. So like one line is like 4,000 to 5,000 spice. What's going on, Spider-Man? How you doing? I had a pretty solid day. Went to the Mariners game. You actually can Mariners Yankees game. If you watch the replay, I guarantee you will see me. I had behind home plate tickets and went with my family. It was pretty fun. So barely worked today and really just had fun. The game was okay. It wasn't really exciting till the very end, like the 8th or 9th inning, but the whole experience was a good time. Yeah, I haven't really gotten a chance to play a whole lot of Dune since the reset. I got on and built the base, and then that's pretty it. I was up until, geez, like 1 o'clock in the morning last night working on another project, work related. It's like I finally got a project at work where like I really look forward to working on it, because it's like all the stuff that I like to do. It doesn't feel like work, which has been very, very difficult to achieve that as a consultant engineer. You just like don't get that stuff that often, so that's been nice. Unfortunately, it's not my whole week. I gotta do a bunch of other crap like projects, but when I do get to work on that one, man, it's great. So that's been fun. And my arms are so damn sore. It's been one hell of a week, man. Okay. Color of that tank is just making me think that it's gonna like explode. Yeah, I was gonna study tonight, then I was just kind of like, I have an early start tomorrow. I was just not feeling it, man. And I'm probably going to end up working like a 12, 14-hour day tomorrow. So I was like, you know what? I just want to like jam out to some music, suck some spice, and play around with the new base. I'm not sure what you mean by 14. Oh, as in like the work day? Yeah. Well, so like okay, I guess let me get some context. So as like consulting like engineers, we are salary, but we have to bill towards projects. So because of that and because I work remote, I have like pretty flexible work hours. Like there's core hours of the day that I try to be on and working on stuff in case like people have questions and they don't need to collaborate. But for the most part, like the majority of what I do is like very independent. It's like all on my own. So I can kind of pick my hours. That being said, to avoid having to like use PTO and time off, let's say like today, I spent like 6 hours of PTO to go to the game. Well, if I work an extra 3 hours tomorrow, so I have like an 11-hour day, well, then I only need to charge 3 hours of PTO. So whenever I do like things throughout the week like this, I try to work whatever the time away was, I work that extra on days that I can. So like it used to be that like Wednesday night was, I call them my grind nights, where I'm just up trying to get as many tasks as possible, work like a 12-hour day. That way I have like 4 hours of extra build time that I can allocate towards a day that like I'm doing something. So I'm probably not gonna work like a pure 14-hour day tomorrow, but like I might do like a 10 and a 12. So 12 tomorrow, then 10 on Friday. So then that way it's an extra, I pick up an extra 6. It's usually a lot easier if I like space it out throughout the week. And sometimes I'll even like over the weekend work for like a couple hours, like on Sunday. But because I guess our pay period starts Saturday to like Friday. So any work I do on the weekend can count towards that. All that to say, like, I'm very busy and I love the fact that I get to work on this cool project. So I wish I had more hours on it. I found so many things wrong with it. So like I guess what I do specifically is it's called submittal reviews. So the engineer or the firm or whoever designs a system, and it's going to be for a client. Usually it's for like a city or a county, some kind of like municipal entity. They're like the owner of the system, but sometimes you get private clients that have their own system that they need worked on. So we give the plans to them. We design it, give the plans to them. Maybe we help them out with like permits and, you know, all the other kind of like fine work that needs to go into getting the project done. We provide them like an estimate of how much the thing's going to cost because, you know, we designed it. And then that gets put out to bid for contractors to bid on it. And whichever contractor wins the bid, and it's like 9 times out of 10, it's going to be whoever was just the lowest because it's, you know, public funds. They then review the plans, and then if on the plans we're like, I need this kind of like piece of equipment here and I needed to do this, well, then the contractor's like, okay, this is what we're going to do for that. So it's my job to review what the contractor provides us, what they submit to fulfill that part of the project. So I love it because I'm very critical and like I get to look at like all the details of it and like break down whatever these pieces of equipment are, or what the systems are and what they're for. And you know, I get to like evaluate whether or not it's going to work using like my best knowledge and the direction that we gave them. Like how closely do they follow our directions? Some contractors are like very easy to work with because they're like verbatim, like, oh, engineer said do this, so we're going to do that. There are some contractors that may stray away from that because they want to save money, or because they disagree, or maybe they have like a manufactured item that they are familiar with installing, whatever. So all those factors have to go into play when you're reviewing it. And yeah, I kind of like, when I first started my career, it was something that I was very intimidated by because I just didn't know a whole lot about all these different systems. But as time has gone on, and as I had like more and more real world like operations experience, I learned to really appreciate like the equipment side of the project. Like there's only so much you can learn from just like lines on a paper. When you're actually like out in the field turning valves and, you know, checking screens for data and like doing rounds and all that and doing maintenance, you kind of really get a good perspective on like what's practical and what an operator wants to do. And then you mix that with like a design background. So anyways, I'm working on a really cool project. I have to be careful what I say here. It is for the State Department. And I can't say more than that. I knew it was cool when like the papers I was reviewing said like declassified on them. I was like, this is dope, or unclassified. I was like, this is dope. So it's like my first kind of project that's in that realm. A lot of what I've done is like, in my opinion, pretty fucking boring, like local kind of pump station projects. This is like the first one that's like, oh, this is like legit. So yeah, I've found like in the first like couple days of reviewing all of it, I have found so many mistakes. So many mistakes to the point where I'm like, wait, am I right, or are they really just this wrong? And so far it's just been them. So yeah, that's been fun. And it's like, to me, it's almost like a game. It's like I kind of like how I used to like dissect builds and break them down to fundamentals. Kind of like doing the same thing with my engineering stuff. So all that to say, it is nice to be able to hop on this game and like not have to think about that stuff and just be like, all right, we are going to be sucking spice in this grid and resetting the boss and making money. Yeah, man, this like reset strat is actually super effective. I don't know why I haven't done this before. I feel like I'm actually farming faster because I don't have to deal with the worm. Oh, okay, that's the gods telling me maybe not do that side. We're gonna do it anyways.
Sector weather alert.
Oh, you're kidding me. I hate that. I hate that shit so much. Fortunately, it looks like there's a spot we can dip out to pretty close by. 4
A
minutes.
large sandstorm is approaching.
Okay. Thinking we might be able to pull off one more line after this. I don't know. Ooh, this is the thick spice.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Feel like I'm about to pull a worm here any second.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
All right, time to go. Kind of hoping this is like one of those craters I can just dive into. It doesn't look like it's gonna hit me. Right? Am I tripping? That's not gonna hit me. It must be like just hitting the top part of this. Yeah, it's not coming towards me. What a weird storm. It's like gonna barely graze the crater. Hopefully it doesn't reset it, that'd suck. gonna need to remind myself to do a fuel run and also pick up my cargo containers. I worked out a pretty sweet deal to save me a bunch of time. I basically bought 300 bodies. And how much did I pay for it again? I paid 100,000 Solari a body. Paid 15 million per cargo container, which, you know, I thought for like a new player that was a pretty good deal, right? Because it saves me like, you know, several hours of farming it, at least 2 or 3 hours, right? So I thought that was worth it, because now I've got like more bodies and I know what to deal with. So now I can just keep filling up my my stills, right? Yeah, I'm like really excited to show you guys the base design. I feel like last week's was like a good proof of concept for some of the kind of like build architecture, and then this week I like improved it a lot more, because we were having issues of like it's super cramped inside, like just the layout was like cumbersome. I was always like getting in the way of shit with my carrier. So anyways, I fixed it. I feel like I would be hard pressed to really improve it unless I made it like a lot bigger, which I really don't need to as a solo player. The only thing it doesn't have right now is passive water generation and a large ore refinery. And those are kind of like my next 2 things that I want to build out. But what's going to be coming up here soon is I'm probably going to need to be farming slag again, because I've got 5 fuel generators going at my main bases in Haga. And then I have another 4 going here. So like that burn rate is like 500 a week for just the DD base, and then like 625 a week for the other bases, or around that. So I need to get my ass farming that shit again. I wish we could like mine it. Also wish we could just set buy orders. Oh, that'd be great. I feel like every game should have a buy order system. Oh, thanks for the follow, Spider-Man. All right, nice little reset. The road to being a Spice Lord. I'm almost to the point where I'm filling up my second container with spice. Spice melange, I should say. Nice little reset. Here we go. Nice. Yeah, this is actually working like really good. If only you could auto drive in reverse. It's got to be close. Dude, I just did an entire container without pulling the worm once. Like, what? Dude, that's the tech right there. That's crazy. I need to do some more specialization. Yeah, if I could get these two done, oof. Yeah. Kind of wonder when we're gonna get another ×2 event. That seems to be like what everyone waits for. Look, I don't blame them. I don't blame them. So I know I've got medium containers. What I'm not sure about is if I have a large storage. Pull up with the squaw for your next stream. Oh, for sure. Oh, is this you were on just earlier. Inglorious or Glorious? Glorious. I just saw you online. Or no. Is this you? Are you Gladius? Nope. I'm talking up my ass. Okay, I got the wrong person in my head. Oh, nice little medium spot. All right, so now I get to show you guys the base remodel. It came out so good. Shit, I even like decorated it. Which reminds me, I need to go pick up the Oh, okay. I just found out that I actually don't have to go in early tomorrow. Okay, we could farm a little bit longer than I was expecting. All right, here comes the base. So same as last time. However, with this version, I opted not to do the little shit on top. So, and it's just 2 openings. So now what we've got here is a much longer entryway. The top part's public. Now what I can do is like drop this in the middle, right? And then I can park this guy. Well, for one, I can go in and out like that. I was not able to do that last time. But you see how much more space there is now? Holy shit. Are you good? Oh my god. Wait, am I stuck? We're good. We're good. We're good. Okay, let's try not landing on it. See, one of the issues I was having with the old base was like I was not able to like put things like right against the wall. So here, let's do that. That's better. There we go. Yes, so now like this fits fine. I can swing cargo containers off to the side. So we've got the body box, okay? Full of bodies to keep this going. Oh, wait, hold on. Let's fill these back up. So essentially, like the way this works is we go fill up the first round of bodies, farm spice. By the time I get back, the next round of bodies should be good to go. And then that rate of water production seems to equate to like the rate that I can farm spice. So I don't think I would need more than this in terms of like still production, unless I was trying to do like plastanium, okay? We still technically have like 300 power, but I don't really need it. Okay. Spice sand, sucky. Yeah, I think what we also need to do is maybe build some more of these. Oh, I need more plast. Okay, so when we go do our supply run, we'll pick up more of that. There we go. But anyways, yeah, this came out a lot better. Like, the transition between, like, this portion of the base and above is a lot cleaner. Like, and then I like extended, I made this, like, X pattern. So I extended this down to basically be like a slight overhang. And then on the bottom, I did this to kind of just give it some more shape. Ideally, I wouldn't have like these blocks like that. And one thing I learned from building it is I have to really watch like which way I have them rotated, but it came out great. Like the space I feel like is perfect. And then I have this gigantic hangar up here, which is public, that people can park on and that it's honestly in more than enough space for multiple Ornies. You can even put a carrier up there. So we technically can like comfortably fit like 2 carriers, 1 in here and maybe 1 on the other side. So like 4 carriers, like no issue. Whereas like the last base was not the case. So I like this version too. It came out really good. Okay, how are we doing on that? That's all good. That's all good. Nice, get that. Surprised that my booster hasn't blown up yet. It's probably the thing I use the most. Actually don't have a whole lot of wear. I guess that makes sense though, because we're not like constantly hovering. Right? All right, let's get fuel on this before I go. Nice. How are we on fuel? Oh, plenty. And what I like about this now is like if I really want to, I could technically go through this. So like I was not able to do that last time. So I don't know. It just for a solo base, I feel like it checks off all the boxes, right? It's functional, it looks cool, it's a good storage depot, and I can process there. And it's unique. Like, there's no one that's got a base like that. As you can tell, I'm very proud of it. Am I afraid of rats? Do I have fear? No, I don't have fear in a video game. I have no fear of loss of life. Am I careful though of people? Yes. Do I try to be nice and respectful to everyone that I come across? Absolutely. Does that mean I'm like 100% safe? Fuck no, dude. You're never safe in a PvP game, but I don't know. We have a very chill server. Solo crawling Chad. I mean, my name is not Chad, but I do solo crawl. I have developed a technique to never pull the worm. So I'm trying to see if I can replicate it. It's worked so far, though. Do you guys still play Dune? I spend most of my time on this game like building and optimizing and farming. What am I thinking? I'm thinking I'm in my carrier. All right, we're gonna go here. Then we're gonna rotate this like this. A little bit more, perfect. Oh, is it like bugged right now? It totally is. That always really messes with me when that happens. But it should click in here soon. Any second now. There it comes. Nice. All right. Yeah, there we go. Clean. Ah, way too hot. Let's reset it again. There we go. Yeah, this is actually working like really well. So like essentially the pattern I'm doing is I'm always dropping my crawler like on top of the line that I'm going to farm. I point my carrier towards it so that when I hop out of the crawler, I'm on the side that's facing my carrier. First pass you do is at full speed because that is the highest extraction rate you can possibly do. And then when you get into the thicker stuff, like on your second pass, you go slower so that you get everything. And then when I get to my carrier, I hop out, pick up the crawler, reset the aggro, rinse, repeat. So again, now we're going to do a full speed pass. Because this is really where we get like the most spice extracted. And then I'm trying to get stopped so I have like another straight line to go to. And then we're going to go like 10 to 12 kms here to fully extract everything. Or what's remaining. And then once we're on like virgin ground again, we're gonna go full speed. So I guess the way like the worm aggro works, it's all about like, how do I explain this? It's like a meter. You're filling up the meter. So like the longer you got treads on the ground, like the more the meter is gonna go up. The more like activity you do on the ground, like the faster the meter is going to go up. So by doing a combination of like slow and fast passes and then doing the reset, I'm able to like do very, very clean extraction and then not pull the worm. I think the other part too is like learning, like here I need to start going a little bit slower. We're just going to clean up this line. And then when we get right back to the carrier, we will reset. So like we still have like residual aggro, but then as soon as we get high enough and hold, it goes away, and our aggro has completely reset. I've had people tell me like, oh, you need to like wait 30 seconds or 20 seconds and then do it, and it doesn't seem like that matters. I've seen people like do solo crawling where like they're doing circles around their carrier. They're doing like all these fancy movements. I'm like, bro, I'm too old for that shit. I want straight lines. I hold one button. Works, man. Fucking works. I guess at the end of the day, it's like whatever works for you is the best thing. I did start working on my spice vault at the palace base, I am realizing that I definitely need to farm plastanium. Like a lot of it. That's going to be what's going to hold me back. All right, so this is all like full speed passes. It's super light. This will go a little bit slower. And then reset. Repeat. All right, full speed. Set your edge. Go slow now. Okay, now back to full speed. Basically, like, anytime you're going away from your crawler, you want to go full speed, and when you're going towards your crawler, you want to go like slow speed. Because like what I've found is like, okay, if you do pull the worm, like you want to be able to like get back as fast as possible. So like I don't want to be this far away from my ship. I want to get there and get the hell out. So like the first and the third passes are going to be quick. Second and fourth are going to be the slowest. I mean, this fourth pass is like barely even that slow because typically it's like outer going in. And I don't have a whole lot that I have to go slow for or even fast for. It's just like I'm already done. And now we go reset. And wait for aggro reset. There we go. Then you want to park close to your crawler so like you have less time on the ground. All right, full speed. Set the crease. There we go. Now we go slow. Now we go full speed. Looks like we got 2 rows down. Pull to the edge. Back down. Sometimes I'll go over here if it's like completely empty. Just so that like I got spice always coming in. Slow down just a little bit so we get all of this. We're about to get into some really thick stuff. What's up, King? King, I think I figured out like the optimal farming tempo. Brother, I've done almost 2 loads now with not pulling the worm a single time. I think I've cracked it. All right, reset. All right, full speed pass. Set the line. Slow pass. Yeah, dude, I'm excited to show you the Mark II version of my DD base. I spent about the same amount of time building it as last time, but like applied all the lessons learned to it. It came out really good, man. All right, now, oh, here's thick stuff. We'll just wait a little bit on this. Okay, now we're gonna go full speed. Back to full speed. The stuff's pretty thin, so we're just gonna do kind of an angle. So the problem with the Solito was the position that I was placing on. The elevation of the actual plateau was such that like I would have to do like 2 vertical expansions up. And then I also didn't have like, I had a bunch of extra foundations that I didn't need. So they were like being buried into it. I'll be honest though, I've gotten it down now, like how to build the whole thing, that it's not an issue. Like I actually had like the main structure built in probably like an hour. It was all the finish work, decorating, having to do trips because I forgot stuff. Like, I'm talking like everything equipped, all supplies, all power generation and refining, like all the water stills, everything, even decorations and like finish work on the structure was like 3 hours. And like the next time I do it, it's gonna be even faster. Cause like what I have identified as like kind of like the critical steps I need to do to like go super fast with building it. And like the first thing is grading it out. In fact, like normally I have 30 tiles that I get to work with across. This week I had 31, which I thought was pretty funny that my placement was like that good that I got a whole extra tile. So I guess technically like I could do like a 31 by 10. First time we've even seen a worm. Fuck, I forgot that you had to hit the cancel button. See, and I probably didn't even need to do that sprint, you know? It's the sprint that actually pulled it. Well, I wish it would like remove. It would either remove or place foundations down, like as needed. You know what I mean? Okay, so I'm thinking like once a certain amount of spice has been farmed, it triggers like that worm. Like I bet you I pass like 50% of it farmed or something like that. Because like now I'm hearing the sandworm music like constantly. Yeah, I mean like it really wasn't that hard to do everything. I just think they should go back to the 2-week deep desert duration. Two weeks and then double the amount of EXP we get, because my goodness, does it get grindy at the higher levels for specialization. I'm okay, man. Like I feel like this technique I got's pretty decent. And I'm actually not wearing out my carrier by doing this either. And if I'm being completely honest with you, I don't know if I can trust another human being in a carrier. Like, not saying that you would do anything, but like, I like having that control. Like, I'd rather something go wrong if I was flying than someone else, because then I would just be like, well, that wouldn't have happened to me if I was flying. You know what I mean? It's my ego. So you can see this kind of pattern we're doing here. I think we should continue what we're doing. It's a little bit further. And then on the third load, we'll get that other thick side. Does the thumper like actually help though? I feel like it fucking does what it's supposed to do. It attracts the worm. I don't want to attract the worm. That's what I'm saying. Like, I really need a Landsrad vehicle vendor to pop up. So it's April now, and I was wondering, like, are we supposed to get an update on the roadmap this month about like what's next and what's to come? Yeah, like chapter 4 stuff. Oh, I'm pretty sure they do. I was actually thinking about another Funcom game that I played a while ago, Age of Conan. Not Conan Exiles, Age of Conan. And I was like, dude, a playthrough of that game might be kind of fun. Talk about nostalgia. I played that game in high school. It was eons ago, bro. That was almost 20 years ago. It's like was that like 16, 18 years ago? That game came out. That's just like the state that MMOs are in though right now. Like everyone that I follow and watch and know that's into MMOs, there's like they're either still on Throne of Liberty because they're so invested, or they're going and like they're replaying all these old MMOs. Oh, really? I mean, Conan Exiles, I thought was a great game. I think it still is a great game. I think they do a very good job at playing to the lore of like the Conan world. I cannot rave enough about Age of Conan. It is such a great game. One of the best like storyline experiences I've ever had in the game. And like just the way the world was set up was so fucking brutal. It was so fun. Like as a new player on White Sands, you're fighting for your life against like other players, and like there would be players that would like intentionally level up an alt just high enough to where they could stay on White Sands and dominate, but not too high. Like once they got forced out of White Sands because they leveled too high, they would either do things to de-level or they would just like reset that character. So like if even just getting off of the newbie island was like a hard thing. It you know what it was like? It was like a National Geographic documentary where like the little baby sea turtles are getting born and they're trying to make it to the ocean. That's what like Age of Conan was like in the newbie area. You know, it's like you suffered enough and like everyone around you is just perishing, okay? Getting jumped and ganked left and right. And you finally make it out, and then like you start going out into the world, and then you thought like, oh, like surely it can't get worse than White Sands. And then like your first time out of town, you know, there's a max level 80 waiting for you just to pack your ass up, and you're like, what the fuck did I do? Like I played a ranger, and I remember like the ranger had this skill where it was called tracking, and like you would use the skill and then it would pull up a menu and it would tell you all the targets near you, like animals and players, and how far away they were from you. And I think it also gave like a general direction of where they were at. And I'll never forget, I was in the Sumerian like highlands or whatever. It was the first like snowy area in that game. And I popped my tracker like just as I got out of like the safe zone. And there was like 20 people within 10 meters of me. And I'm like standing like in a clearing and I'm going like, wait a minute, like how is this possible? And sure enough, like they were all stealthed, like watching me like, you know, mob around like a blundering idiot, making all this noise and ruckus. And oh my god, one person jumped me, then like 3 more people jumped out and jumped them, and then those 2 groups got jumped by another group, and next thing you know, it's like pure chaos, and I'm just like running towards my quest objective, trying to avoid getting like shanked. But that game was a lot of fun, man. It was a lot of fun. Okay, so since this is thinner, we probably could just do full speed, full speed, full speed. Yeah, because we're getting onto the last row here. Nice. It was fun. It had a fatality system. So, like, you had a chance to perform a fatality, which was like this execute animation when you would kill a player or like an enemy. And there was even like perks you could get on weapons that would like increase your chance of triggering a fatality, because if you triggered it, like, they were dead, and they could be at like, you know, 25% health or a third of their health. You could get like gear that would trigger it earlier, like, or that would trigger it at higher HPs than normal. Oh, bro, it was so brutal. It was such a great game. I had like, that was probably the game, looking back, that really opened my eyes to like guerrilla warfare kind of PvP, and it really honed me like as a player, because you had to like not be phased by getting jumped, and like you had to sit there and plan at like, okay, how are we going to get back at these guys? Like, you know, let's study them. Like, where do they go? What time are they getting on? Like, I remember us like hunting guilds, because like we would send somebody in their guild as like a spy to get intel, and we would figure out like, oh, this is their raid schedule. Because in that game, to do raids, you had to physically go to like the location on the map where the raid was at. Once you were inside like the dungeon for the raid, you were fine. But to actually get there, you couldn't just teleport. You had to like run through open ground. So we would be like, we'd be in stealth, like waiting, or we'd have like our non-stealth guys like, you know, hiding around a rock or a bush or up above. And dude, we would have like full-on gank guerrilla warfare teams like poised and ready to strike. And I remember like We hit one guild so bad that like we delayed their raid by like 3 or 4 hours, and it like caused so much drama that like it forced them to have to like hire another guild just to fight us so they could get their people through, which I thought was like the coolest thing ever, being like a, you know, fucking teenager going like, I can't believe this is what we're doing in the game on top of like all the fun combat. So it was like it was the first time I saw my actions in an MMO like really having an impact, but also like creating other content for other people in the process. But yeah, great game. I think like Age of Conan and Star Wars The Old Republic were two games that I think had a huge impact on me, because I primarily played them, well, I was gonna say solo, but I guess in Age of Conan I was like the young squeaker kid in our group, so it was always like, hey, you go in first and we'll back you up. So I was like always bait. Because I could track. I was like the little tracker. I'd like run around and track people, and we would get bounties for certain people, and they're like, all right, I want you to do nothing but track this one name. And that's how the tracking would work. Like you would pop the skill, it'd pull up the menu of all the targets, and you would select a target, and then that was the one that you were like actively tracking. All right, I'm gonna see if I can get this container filled off of just this thin stuff. Okay. Sorry about that. You guys hear me chomping on ice? Is my gain turned up that high? All right, we are close to getting done with this. Okay. I'll try to not do that. I had someone comment on one of my broadcasts. He's like, dude, maybe you should not be chewing on ice on stream. I was like, wait, what? Y'all can hear me do that? So embarrassed. just know that I'm just hydrating, okay? With an energy drink at 9 p.m., probably not the best idea. But hey, we out here. Spice Lord needs his spice. All right, let's reset. Now, I'll say this technique is definitely a lot safer. It's for sure not faster. There's so many games I want to come out, man. I was looking at my my PTO. I have to take like 100 hours of PTO from now until my trip to Africa. Otherwise, I will like go over my accrual capacity. Which, like, actually doesn't seem like a whole lot if it's for, like, over a year from now. Oh, dude, I would definitely appreciate a reset. I don't know. We'll see what time it kind of pans out to. I don't know if I have it in me to solo another crater. Because, like, it... With a duo team... Like, it's about 25-30 minutes a load, right? Oh, look at that, we're full. Let's go. That's 2 loads down. All right. Okay, I can show you the base now. Version 2 of the engineered DD base. Optimized and designed to look cool, feel cool, and be as efficient as possible. For your solo playing pleasure. Man, finding this auto fly feature or keybind was such a game changer. like for stuff like this, bro, it's perfect. I could like get up, go run to the bathroom, make a drink, make a little snack, come back and like, oh, now it's only like 2,000 meters. Man, there's a lot of mediums around. Look at that. There's one there. There's one there. Yep, pretty much. That's like what I'm like running and sliding across my apartment in my socks to the bathroom. My poor puppy's like jumping up and going like, what the fuck's going on? Why are you moving so fast? What? I want to play. Yeah, you're tired though, huh, pup? Yeah, you're tired. I know. You had a big day today. My puppy went swimming. Had a good 3-mile walk today. She is tired. You got new toys today. We both had a great day. All right, here comes the base. It is on this rock. Prepare your eyes for the splendor. All right, so somewhat similar build, but way more functional, much bigger holes to go in and out. See what I'm saying? It's not cramped anymore. Still has that same cool kind of like atrium style and hangar. But basically I built this like elevated X, right? So like these pillars are what hold pretty much everything up. So what I really worked on this time was like trying to make this part look cooler. Like this pedestal. And then, so like Mark III, next week, I'm going to figure out how do I make this part look better. If I even can. So like there's still technically one more tile out I can do. So like it gives me the ability to kind of do what I did here again. But when I started doing it, it just looked a little funky with how I had the roof done here. But like it took me like a good 20-30 minutes to figure out how to lay out this roof so that it was symmetrical, but so that it followed this, because like these normal build pieces do not line up well with these pieces, right? And then I raised this up so that we could have a much bigger opening. What I was doing originally was having the pentashield off of like down here, but then there was like this weird vertical gap where like I like couldn't, I'd have to do like another pentashield. So I realized like, oh, like if I raise it, then I get this nice kind of like crease that happens just below the X. You see that? It's like I can totally live with that little gap right there. If I can pan to it. That little gap beneath my feet. I'm A-okay with that. And then I also thought that the pentashield looked really cool with how you have both these slopes. So like basically you have a full slope and then a half slope to get that look. And then you have the atrium. And then I started putting in some decorations. Next week there'll be way more Fucking rugs down everywhere, lighting, the full works, you know? Full works. Whoa, what is this? Body box. So I do have filters. Interesting. Okay. Let's check our water. Yeah, nice. Yeah, so you can see like we're net positive after every load that we do. So for like solo spice farming, this is working out really well. The only thing I got to get down is just being a little bit faster with my spice extraction. Because I think I just did 2 loads in like an hour and a half. Which with a duo team would be 3 loads. So I'm like a third less efficient solo as I would be in a duo. Which, again, I can live with. And I guess I'm also not adding in the fact that the craters are really far this week. Exactly. That's what I wanted to start doing. Because, like, picking everything up and having to move it was adding a lot more travel time. And I just didn't want to deal with that. So now, like, the only time I'll need to go back is basically to pick up more fuel. Bro, wait, am I tripping right now? I am tripping. Oh, I'd never set this. Okay, I need to do the little split thing. Yeah, bring the kitchen here. Yeah, exactly. So, and now I was thinking like, okay, well then what is the main base for? The main base is the process plastanium. And I've pretty much told myself if I'm doing plastanium, I'm doing it with someone else because then I can justify like, hey, let's load up like a cargo box a piece of the raw titanium and then bring it back to my base and I can spin up 6 large ore refineries and get that like done almost immediately. Oh fuck, forgot. The only problem with using this is like it might actually get used in base building. Anyways. Okay, so we've got 10 cooking now. Did I get everything out? Let's do a little. Yes, all right. Oh my god, we're at half on this. My beautiful Regis container. Now, I was seeing that there was a passive where when you dismantle like a piece of gear or I'm assuming vehicle, that you have a chance of getting the blueprint back. And I was like thinking, damn, that would be sick. If you used it on your crawler and you got like your special components back. I am loving the fact that I'm not burning through my durability on my carrier, though. That is nice. It's a 15% chance. I mean, shit, I'll take it. That's a great odds. Oh, refining times are reduced. Nice. Okay. Check. Plenty of fuel. All right, let's go. Does the magic box thing still work? I think they patched that. I definitely tried doing it again. I won't lie. Oh, it does? How do you do it now? Oh, is it a different procedure? That's so funny. How is it? Like, what? Really? So, okay, does it have to be weight and inventory maxed out, or just like your slots of inventory? Oh, okay. So I just had slots. Wait, can it be one or the other, or is it just one? Because, like, isn't the whole idea that it's forcing you to drop what you had on the ground? Okay, so all right. Tell me if I'm doing it right then. So, you have all the items in your inventory that you want to do a magic trick to. Your inventory slots are maxed out. So, like, I should put all the items in and then, like, pick up, like, as much plastone as I could possibly carry, and then split the plastone until the weight and then the slots are maxed out. Then I put the items I want to do the magic trick to into the large cargo container. I destroy the large cargo container. or I dismantle it, it goes into my inventory. I can then put that into like another inventory. Then I go and pick up all the stuff on the ground, log out, and wait for my character to reset, and then log back in. What am I missing here? Yeah, okay, so, okay, then, all right. Fantastic. Well, what I'm not gonna do is perform magic tricks on my stream, so. But let's just say we do believe in magic. Oh, was it bugged? I hate it when it does this. Come on, render. Oh shit, what's up, Mr. Prime? How you been, man? Holy crap, is that a new, that's a new Twitch handle, right? I don't remember the F1. Are you in the F1 now? Are you doing like racing games? Like what's new, dude? Nice, bro. I'm trying to think. When was the last time I talked to you? Bro, I've been playing Dune, like, not like at an MMO addict level, but like very consistently since it came out. It was always a game that like I had like on the side as I was like playing other shit. Like even while I was playing Throne and Liberty, I was still getting on this. Definitely in a much more passive capacity. But have you played since the Chapter 3 updates? They did a really good job of adding in a bunch of new content. I don't know if you're looking for games to play. I know pretty much everyone else is like emotional and is a refugee trying to find, you know, that next fix. Got people playing fucking World of Warcraft and games that are fucking as old as people's kids. Dude, I kind of wish that I didn't play Throne and I stuck it out on New World and played like all that stuff, all that new stuff they added while there was a lot of people on it. I'm still so sad about that game. Like I'm like naively hoping that someone's gonna save it. Just the thought that like they wouldn't sell that IP is kind of crazy to me. Okay, it should be done. Oh, you primed me up, brother. Hey, appreciate the prime, man. Thank you. What was the last thing you heard me say? I was just talking about New World real quick. I think my ads are only like 30 seconds now too. Just turned all that shit off. Oh yeah, I regret playing Throne when I was when I could have been playing New World while they were developing like all the new OPR maps and like just all the content and raids that were in the game. I kind of told myself like, oh, I'm gonna come back and play when there's like a lot of new content stacked up, and I did for season 10 because when I saw their roadmap like the year prior, I was like, oh, this is dope. Like, this is what I've been waiting for. Yes, we're finally gonna get it. Like, dude, they even were going to make the Thunder Lightning gauntlets that I was always joking around about. Like, we need like fists. I need like lightning fists. Like, give me that weapon. They actually were working on it. Like, if there was no other validation that like they actually fucking listened to me, like that was it, bro. That had to be it. I never knew anyone else that like thought of that. Well, so that's not what happened. So from my understanding, it was like completely a corporate decision. Essentially, Amazon was like, we need to have more available resources to put towards AI. So therefore, we need to like, you know, slash this many jobs. What is an area of our company that we can slash a ton of jobs that may not be like developing enough like income, and or it's like, I guess like a risky thing to have, or what's the word I'm looking for? It's like a liable asset, and I guess that's what they thought about for their game studios, and they just laid off 30,000 people. Because like the timing of it like didn't make sense. Like how would you shut down a game when it like is bouncing back, it has population, everyone's loving what they did, they're delivering like all the stuff that we ever wanted, and then it's like it was literally a week after, bro. It wasn't even 2 weeks, and then they're like, oh yeah, things are shutting down. We're like, what? Like, I started seeing people getting laid off. I'm like, oh no. So like when that shit starts to happen, like that's not the game, bro. Biggest New World hater told me game is good now. Yeah, like where it's at right now, it's fantastic. And you know, I told myself like when I'm done taking, or when I study and take my test, I'm probably gonna hop on it for a couple months just to like kind of have my last goodbye with it. I know everyone did their like my final walk through New World type of shit, but like, and I'm sure they'll come back and like, you know, hop on it again like the night it does close. But man, when you look at the other stuff that's out right now, there's just like nothing that's fucking quality. It's like everyone's playing old shit, or you have new shit that's like underdeveloped shit. And I'm just done playing shit, bro. I'm done play testing games. Like, it just doesn't scratch the fucking itch anymore. Like, bro, I will literally log on to New World and I will just sit in Morningdale where it's raining and just chill. Or I'll just log on and cut down a tree, and it's like, this is so satisfying. Like, fuck me. I just wish that like as gamers we could like force a company to not close their game. Like establish some kind of precedent, like we have established communities on these games and you can't just like decide to destroy it. But, you know, they're protected out the yin yang to do that. Bro, the first week of New World, or launch day, I streamed for 54 hours straight. I didn't sleep. I didn't have a break. I got up, I shat and I pissed and I ate, but I was live for 54 hours. And I turned my stream off and I was still playing afterwards. I played for like another fucking like 3 or 4 hours. And it was because I didn't want to log out and like have to deal with the queue. So because I did that, my character was like really high level, and it allowed me to just like fucking put people in the dirt in PvP. It was great. Oh my gosh, man. Like all the open world PvP shenanigans we did. It was amazing. I made some of the best memories on that game. Easily. Dude, I leveled from 59 to 60 just fishing. I hit 59, I was like, I'm only gonna fish now to get my last level, and that's what I did. Because people were making buku bucks fishing at that time. I was sitting there thinking like I should stream New World again and just be right back up on a mountain smacking rocks and shit. Yeah, dude, I'm not far from like 900. I was thinking maybe as like a final like hats off to the game is like I'll go for 1,000. And people will probably ask like why? It's a dead game. It's like just so I can say that I did it, man. Leave my mark on a bunch of pixels. Like all the shenanigans that happened because I was like smacking rocks in between OPR queues is kind of insane. All the stream sniping, all the drama, all of it. Dude, fighting over fighting against the Russian and Chinese gold sellers over ore. I don't know, dude, when I start hearing people say that shit, like, how do I put this? I stop caring about what those people's opinions are because I look at what they cheer for, and that's all I need to know about them. The farm bots with tents. Do you remember watching us setting up tent walls in PvP for the influence races and funneling like hundreds of people into a choke point and just jumping them? That was fucking amazing. I remember the devs literally patched the tents because of what we were doing. So we were like completely blockading certain areas, and it wasn't like a little pass we were blockading. We would blockade like an entire beachfront. Yeah, man, ebb and scale, like all that stuff. Oh shit, that was fun. I feel like that game I definitely left my mark. I really did enjoy the time I played on it. And I met a lot of incredible people through it. You know, it allowed me to stream full time for like a couple years. Like, Dude, it was just a great experience. I mean, sure, in hindsight, there's a lot of things I wish I did differently, but at the end of the day, man, it's a great game. I had a pretty cool story with it too, like running into the devs at TwitchCon, being part of like the early pre-alpha development where I'm like getting on calls with the devs while I'm at work. I remember my first job out of college, I was like on a call with the game devs and we're talking just about like MMO shit in my cubicle. My coworkers are like, who's this guy on a call with? Like, that's definitely not civil engineering. Well, like, I think one of the issues was like they weren't able to address the ravenous demand for endgame content because you had people that were like non-game developers making game developer decisions or game development decisions. Like, you could definitely tell that there was like a corporate hand being applied to everything that was just like bogging shit down. And it's like any game that struggles to adapt. But you know what? Like, whenever that happens, I always think of a game like No Man's Sky, where like that game had one of the worst launches I've ever seen. And now I would argue it's one of the best games ever made. In my opinion, they forced to try to eradicate people back from the first days. This is the reason they made it more casual. And that no, making the game more casual is not what killed it. So what you saw was a game going viral for its launch. It was nothing more than that. You know, there was, from talking to the community managers, like they essentially had a blank check for community management and like development and marketing. Okay, so when you have those kind of resources at your disposal, like you have a lot of really good bait. Okay, you can bring people in and play the game. The argument that there was no content, I think, is very unfair, because when you look at the number of hours that people had in the game and like what they were doing, they for sure had enough content. Like, I don't know anyone that played that game actively that had like less than a couple thousand hours. For a game that you paid for once, to have that much content or that much playtime is insane. And I think like MMO players especially need to realize that like they can't expect a game to have fucking 12 hours of content a day for you to be playing that is always going to be new and engaging and dynamic and, you know, checking off all these fucking ridiculous boxes and expectations that these people have. Because like your average gamer is not going to play like more than a few hours a week, bro. Like, how many hours do I have? I mean, between playtests and all that, I'd have to look, but I want to say like several thousand. I mean, let me look, because I won't have like my alpha testing, but oh yeah, no. So just on the main game alone, I have like 5,300, and then add in like the test servers, add in all the time I spent in the alphas. Like, dude, I was part of New World since 2018. Like 3 years before it even launched, I was like doing shit with New World. So I probably have more involvement than most people, most like normal players would, or even more than like most content creators would. Like, I wish you could have played and seen the game in its first iteration. It, like, I'll never forget what I saw at TwitchCon in San Diego. Like, was blowing my mind. I was so hyped to get home to, because like that was the first year that I was like partnered. I was like super gung-ho about like wanting to stream and get into something new. I was like kind of leaving Elder Scrolls Online and looking for something new to hop into. So it was like the stars aligned for me to get into that game. I think it was a necessary thing to bring in console. I think the timing was poor, and I wish they would have done that like earlier. I think an MMO should have every platform at the ready when it launches, so that you cast the widest net possible for building up your player base. Yes. Yeah, Brimstone was an awesome patch. I think it was one of their best updates. Brimstone was when I was like actually starting to make content. Bro, do you remember my Dracula build? I soloed the Ennead bosses. To this day, that was probably one of my favorite builds, man. It kind of reminded me of the HP regen builds from ESO, which I have heard also have died. Oh yeah, man. Yeah, arguably one of the strongest builds in that game. Yes, so Light No Fire is definitely gonna be the game that I probably will full send on. The games that I'm looking forward to this year, Subnautica 2, Fable. Cannot wait for Fable. Fable's gonna be dope. It's gonna be super fun. I don't know if you ever played Fable, man, but Fable's like one of the best kind of solo RPG franchises out there. There's this game. Fuck, what's it called? It's like something California, or it's like a Wild West version of Rust. Is how someone described it to me. It's like something California. I'll look it up when I get airborne again. Yeah, Light No Fire is looking very promising. Oh, actually, hold on. We're probably gonna pull the worm here. Yep, called it. I might be able to get 4 loads, man. What do you think, Pup? Should I go for 4? Why don't we get our... Let's get 3 done first. But yeah, the only problem with Light No Fire, though, is we don't have, like, a date for it. I'm assuming that Subnautica 2 is going to be, like, in May. Fable, I know, is going to be, like, October, September, maybe even November. Yeah, man, there's just not a lot out right now for MMOs. Not unless you want to play something that's old and established. I think I'm finding that I'm leaning more towards like playing sandbox kind of survival games. Just because of like the pace that it allows me to play at. I don't have to like be on every single fucking day to like run a dungeon or do some kind of like progression content to like get, you know, 1 extra point of skill or 1 extra point of power, you know, or farm up materials to RNG for a sword or whatever the fuck they're using now. I can't stand that shit. What I like about games like this is like I can get on every day and just do like play just like a little thing, like work on my base for like 20 minutes, make some kind of progression with the base, like. Oh, dude, Subnautica is awesome. Have you never played it? So there's the original Subnautica, and then there's like Subnautica Sub-Zero. Bro, it is a fantastic game. Subnautica 2 is gonna have co-op in it. But yeah, I cannot recommend Subnautica 2 enough, bro. It is a great game. Highly, highly, highly recommend it. Can almost guarantee you've never played anything like it before. All right, little quick reset. And I don't think it's like that expensive. In fact, I think Subnautica is free this weekend. I saw some kind of like sale or special for Subnautica, because I think what they're trying to do is get people who've never played it to check it out, and then they're gonna release the second one. The only reason I would not recommend that game is if you had like a fear of depth. Like, oh, some people, what is it called? Like a thalassophobia or something like that? Like a fear of oceans and depth. I would not recommend that game. You will freak the fuck out. 100%. Okay. Let's reset. Yeah, I guess that the real question for you, Mr. Prime, is like, do you like playing base builder games? Because Subnautica 2 is like definitely a base builder, like exploration game. I would not say it's like a combat game. My favorite nightmare creature? Oh, what the fuck? I mean, I don't want to say anything to like ruin his playthrough. Yeah, so yeah, if you don't like single player games, then that's not the game for you. If you're looking for like what you're describing right there, that's Korean style MMOs. So like that's your Throne and Liberty, that's your that's that style of game. Like Arcade is probably the best example of what you just described there. I stopped playing like in June of last year just because I've been studying for my professional engineering license. In fact, I really should have probably studied tonight, but I was just tired. I'm almost done studying. I'm like a month out from being done, and then I'm gonna take the test. So like trying to keep up with running a guild and working and studying, it was just too much, man. Like I ultimately like wasn't studying at all because I was spending my free time like running shit in my community and running the guild. So I was like, I gotta get priorities right. So I kind of had to hang up the cloak a little bit and swap to games like this where you know, it's just like super chill playthroughs. I don't have to stress and worry about like, oh, I missed this PvP event, therefore now I am behind, or I can't find a group to run this raid. Well, now I'm even more behind. So I don't miss that at all. Like, I religiously got up on that game. I would buy every daily material from all the vendors. Like, I did everything that was a daily in that game. Every day. So once I started realizing that, like, oh, I'm playing this game like a job while having a job, I was kind of like, yeah, this is probably not a smart idea. But since then, Mr. Prime, so that was like in June of last year. So since then, in November, I became the father of a puppy. So, and she just turned 6 months. She's a black English lab. And she's the absolute love of my life. So, if I'm not working or gaming or studying, I am hanging out with her. And I will say this. I have never been more present and more happy in my life than I am right now. Like, I don't worry about anything in the future. I don't fill any of my thoughts with stuff that happened in the past. I'm like truly in the moment, and like the days feel so long but so good, and so full. It's great, man. Like I'm so lucky. It was one of the best decisions I've made in a long time. One that I had been putting off for years because I wasn't like confident that I could pull it off. Dude, let's go for a fourth. Look at this. There's plenty of spice for a fourth. Yeah, dude, like, there's something about having a pet, you know, or I'll take a step back. Having something that you can love that is a living thing does so many good things for you. Like, just the oxytocin and dopamine response that your body gets from, like, being next to, like, a pet that you love is better than any fucking drug that I could find. I mean, it's awesome. Being a tip-top tier player in an MMO these days, is it even possible on less than 8-9 hours a day? No, absolutely not. So the only way that you could pull off being a top player in an MMO and not play 8 to 9 hours a day, you either swipe for pay to win to make up for the time you don't play, or you split share your account with someone else. So you have two people playing your account. Typically what will happen is you have like a couple and they have like either different work schedules, or like one plays while the other one is at work, and then when that guy gets home from work, he plays at night. Like, that's the only way you can do that, or you're like on disability and unemployed. But yes, like, to be a tip-top MMO player, like, your job is I shouldn't say job. Your, like, purpose, the thing that you get up to do every day is to play that MMO. That is your priority. That is like, that is what you fucking eat, shit, and sleep for, is to play that game, to be the best at it. And you don't do anything else because you just can't. Melissa, there is definitely some truth to that statement. There is definitely some truth to that. Oh, okay. Hey, Mr. Prime, let me show you my deep desert base, bro. We are 3,000 meters out from it. I can flex my engineering ingenuity a little bit. Show you what all my expensive education has produced. I think the base looks dope, though. I'm very proud of it. All right, my sound might have got a little bit wonky there. Welcome to the base. All right, let's get repairs going. Yeah, it's pretty cool, right? I'll do a fly around here in a second. I really wanted to push the bounds of what was possible, like stability wise. And I've learned a lot of really cool stuff. Oh, you did a Harkonnen pyramid? Dude, I saw a video of a guy that did a pyramid that was actually like 4 sub-thieves put together. So like he had to get an alt, and he basically expanded 4 sub-thieves out, and each like expanded sub-thief was 1/4 of the pyramid. So to give you an idea of how fucking gigantic that is, I mean, it's huge. I think it's definitely on Reddit somewhere. All right. Okay, quick little fly around. Oh, dude, you should see my Haga bases. So what's cool about this base is you can go through here on a carrier or your Ornies. This is public, so people can just crash and land here to meet up and trade, okay? And then this is where the building gets kind of crazy. So this base is 30 tiles across, but everything up above is only supported by these two. Now, how is that possible? Well, the stability limits in the game are 5 tiles out, or five building pieces out from whatever your structure is, okay? Now, the reason I'm able to go 15 in both direction to equal 30 is I'm using those special Atreides pieces, which is 1 by 3, and then it is also 1 by 3, okay? So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 times 3 is 15. So that's how I'm able to span 15 tile lengths with just 5 pieces and still have stability. Same thing with this part that sticks out. Like it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 out. This one's a little bit shorter just because of how the foundation was. That's it. I've stolen this idea. Thanks. Hey, you're welcome. But yeah, so like for the longest time, I've been trying to figure out like what is the right way to build with these pieces. Now, what I could also do is expand this sideways and then make this long, like wider. But then I realized like that was like the that's what I kind of thought I was gonna need to do after the first time like running it, or first time building it, I should say. But I like did some changes, and you could go to like my previous stream from like last week and see. It was like, I think it was last Thursday was when I streamed building the first version. Like it was so much more cramped. It still had the same like atrium thing above me, but like the inside floor plan was a fucking nightmare. But this was only like 3 hours to build. So one of the big changes that they did to the game was they added these cargo containers. Thank you. And when they did that, it allowed us to just move so much product. So now what I do is like, I literally can load this entire base, everything in it, every material, every piece, like bit of fuel, all of it into one container. So I just have like a base box, and then I have containers that I have filled up with bodies now. So now like I've optimized this base so that as a solo player, like I'm always just slightly net positive on everything I do. So like my water generation is outpacing the rate that I can like farm spice and use it, which is perfect. And then the only thing that would like make that a little bit better for my schedule is if I slapped on some like water generators like with filters, but it's really not that necessary. Like, cause like I get enough extra in between these runs that like I don't need to do that. I think if like my plan was to refine plastinium and stravidium out here, then that would make more sense to like have the passive generation of water. But then that would require me to have to expand out like all my water storage even more. So this should have allowed us to break down and place in the DD, but nope. No, you can. I mean, you can. So I thought about this. Like, what you do is you make your base, okay? Create a copy of it. Then you use the base pack up tool, okay? Once you do that, it's on a 1-week timer. You then use the Solido to place the design down. You build a complete duplicate of your base. So, and then that way you can alternate 1 week to the other, because there's a 1-week turnaround on that drop. So you could just alternate between dropping like the shell of the base, and then you can just go in and place whatever utilities you need, like power generation and the rest of it. Oh, you can't use it in the DD altogether? Oh, well, then there you go. That's what I would have done. Maybe, I mean, maybe that's a workaround, but I don't know. But dude, I mean, I was telling him it only takes me like a few hours to build that base. It's not a big deal. And that's like completely solo, like flying everything out, setting it up. I even spent time decorating it. Like it's not that bad. Well, yeah, so like that was another thing that I learned from doing this process, and why I build with those special pieces is because whoa, what the fuck just happened? The locomotion, why is one of my wings like busted? Wait, did I just get hit by that ship? I think that ship like grazed me. That's the only thing I could think of. Oh fuck, here's the titanium spot. Oh my god, what is this? H6? It had to be that. I'm sure someone could clip it. Yeah, so we're gonna see how quickly I can farm. This is the 4th load of this crater. I mean, it might even reset when we get over there. I normally don't do 4 as a solo farmer. Ark Survival Ascended. I love Ark. Ark's one of the best survival games out there, man. Fantastic. Whether you play on an official server or a modded out private server, I think Ark is one of those games similar to New World where like for the amount of money you pay, you're gonna get thousands and thousands of hours of play out of it. If not, you know, for sure hundreds. A max VT. See, that's dope. I love it. Yeah, with my dual PC setup, Ark looks amazing. Kind of funny. It's like I finally got like my dream streaming rig, and then I had to stop full-time streaming. That's life, right? That's just how that shit goes sometimes. Oh well. No, our server's not going down. Our server just made the cut. Do I miss the glory days? Of course. Like, they were good. I had good memories, but like, I think I look forward to the next challenges. I look forward to the next communities that I get to build up. Like last place? Yeah, something like that. I guess we do have to go over it again. Wait, do we have to go over it again? Come on, render. I think what I do miss is like waking up and going like, oh, I just get to like have fun all day. and goof around and shoot the shit and PvP. I miss that. Yeah, you know it, bro. Wake up and go hit the mountain. But yeah, Mr. Prime, after this load, I'll have to show you my Haga bases. I think you'll get a real good idea of like how long I've played this game. My Haga bases are pretty crazy is what people tell me. I think they're okay, but... Bro, iron, see, those idiots, iron sells for a good amount, man. Bro, season 10, I like finally started playing the auction house. Bro, I was like wheeling and dealing with resources. I had fucking Excel sheets and I was tracking the price throughout the day. I was like basically day trading on New World in season 10. I think where they dropped the ball with crafting was requiring people to have to spend so much gold on the faction vendor to get the items to craft like your gear. Like, I never felt like a master crafter because I always had to have a stupid amount of gold to like buy my weeklies, and there just wasn't enough gold generation unless you were either buying gold, part of a guild that was like active in wars, or you were like really lucky with like running dungeons and farming gear and selling it. Freedom, shirking, and resilient. Oh yeah, man. I've never seen a spice field stay bugged for this long. It's kind of weird. Yeah, actually, Mr. Prime had been debating if I want to start like IRL streaming. Last was it? Oh no, I guess it's been 2 years now. Like 2 years ago, I started to get really into like strength training. With the goal being, I just want to get stronger and I want to see where my strength like maxes out at, and once I've established that, like, okay, what can I do to get like stronger in a healthy, natural way, not like steroids and all that shit. I don't know. I guess I'm like, I guess my excuse is like, I don't know if I'd be comfortable having other people in like the broadcast or even like setting up that shit, but like it's definitely something that I'm starting to get like really passionate about, like doing the meal prepping, like getting in the supplements, like good sleep, good hydration, like hitting all the muscle groups every week, working out with a trainer that like knows their shit. all this to say that, like, what pushes me now is, and I have a list on my whiteboard, it's all my, like, feats of strength that kind of motivate me to keep going. I have maxed out so many machines at this, like, gym I go to now that, like, I need to find, like, a fucking specialty gym now. Like, I've maxed out the chest fly machine, and I can do it now for, like, several reps. I've maxed out the leg press machine. I've maxed out, what the fuck is that called? It's like a seated row, like a seated row machine. I've maxed out the lat pull down machine. I'm on track to start maxing out the fucking the bar for, like, what do you call it? The fucking bench press, like, bar. I've maxed out the dumbbell bench press. I've done 150 pounds in each arm. I don't know what that is in kilograms. What is that? Like 70, is that like 70 kilograms in each arm or something like that? 75? Okay. Well, isn't it 2.2? Yeah, and not like just for one, like for several reps. And then there was many sets before that. So, and like, what's funny is, like, my trainer will have me do this, and, like, neither him or I know, like, how far, like, how much I can do. So we're just kind of, like, you know, throwing weights at me and see, like, all right, how does this feel? How does this feel? And, like, yeah, dude, like, across the board, I just have, like, this, like, natural fucking strength that allows me to lift a lot of shit. And I look back on it, man, and, like, I was obsessed with, this is my reasoning as to why I am strong. I was obsessed with fucking Hercules as a kid. I watched Hercules so many times. I wanted to be him so badly. And then I would also watch, like, World's Strongest Man. That was, like, the thing that was, if it was ever on TV, I always go for it. Yeah, I played defensive tackle, offensive line. I played center. I played guard on offense. I played nose guard or nose tackle, D tackle, and DN. I've played linebacker and fullback. And then I was the wedge buster on kickoff. Like, I remember as a freshman in high school, they had me playing on varsity against a team. I was probably, like, my freshman year, I was probably like 220 pounds. And I had to go against two 300-pound linemen. And I only got through, like, a couple times that game, but they never pushed me back. I always kind of held my ground. Which at the time I didn't think was a big deal, but my coaches were like, this is fucking great. Put the freshman in so our senior can rest. Yeah, I've been, like, getting into, do you know what a Ninja Creamy is? It's like a ice cream machine maker. I've been making, like, all these different batches of protein ice cream. Oh my god. I tried my vanilla today. It was so good. Ah, damn. I'll have to show you my base another time then. No, it's okay, dude. Don't worry about it. Just swing by. I'll be live this weekend. Probably Friday night. So I think that's your Saturday. Yeah, dude, for sure. Don't be a stranger. If you haven't, man, join my Discord and we can keep in touch there. And I can show you pictures of my puppy. There it is. Yeah, if you don't get permissions, just send me a ping and I'll make sure to do it. It's a private Discord. Yep, that's it. Okay, for sure. When I go airborne again, I'll give you permissions. Hey, good night, man. Yep, I'll see you this weekend. All right, see you, Mr. Prime. Sucking all the spice. It's so nice. I need a reset here soon. All right, let's go do that thick shit. Feel like that's enough to finish it. What do you guys think? It's gonna be close. This stuff's pretty thick. Oh, you think so? All right. Thinking I just need to do like full speed double passes and I'll get it. I don't think it's like thick where I have to go slow. I almost wonder, I guess I could hit those 2 mediums on my way back if I don't get full or if it resets. But you're pretty confident that's enough to fill it? I don't know, man. It's got to be 3 more rows. I don't know, man. I feel like we're gonna... Yeah, maybe I should focus on getting the thick stuff before I do this stuff. You think this is 2 rows worth? Yeah, this is my first time doing a 4th load. Wait, what? Oh, is it not rendered? Yeah, that's annoying. I think this patch here is going to get me through the 3rd one. It does. Let's reset real quick. Aha, I knew it. I knew it. I could feel it. I could sense it. For my OCD people, this is for you, okay? Okay. We've got 3 rows left. I think what we'll do is we'll finish this patch and then we'll go hit those 2 mediums on the way back. Oh, myself also. I that felt good. Hey, that 4th row, though. It's getting there. Ah, this visual bug is the worst. Yep. The only thing I could get to make crawling like better would be the 2 worm threat reduction passes from exploration, but those are like really far up the tree. Oh, are we not bugged anymore? Yes, nice. So nice. Yeah, I think this will finish the 4th row. This little section here. Yeah, so it's in the planetologist tree is where you get spice crawler yield, and then the only thing from crafting, you'll get extra yield when you craft the spice melange. Exploration has worm threat reduction. There's a 20% like buff you can get. Yeah, that extra 25% was really nice. All right, I'm gonna call it there. We got the fourth row. Let's go hit those mediums. Oh wow, my timing was fucking perfect. That worm was gonna mess me up. What options we have for Landsrad? I didn't see options. I think it just says the active decree. Oh, here we go. All items are dropped and can be looted by anyone when defeated in PvP zones. Oh my god. I bet the high pop servers are doing that. So toxic. These craters must have been like pretty close to my base, because I know there was 2 of them. Wait, I overheated at 140. What? They've got to be coming up here soon. I don't think mediums go away, right? Like, there's a small. Like, don't they have to be farmed? Hey, Fox, just giving you a notice on standby. We potentially may need you. Yeah, I don't know what happened to those mediums, man. Someone must have farmed them. I'm actually going to see if this is a medium over here. And how much does a medium give? Is it like 10,000 spice sand? Like 8 rows? Or wait, you mean 8 stacks? Yeah, okay. Oh, is that faster? I don't think I've really ever farmed mediums with my spice crawler. The more I think about it, it's probably like the most common way people farm spice. Now that I think about it, like on a high pop. Yeah, exact. Yeah. I was just about to say. Well, larges, for sure you want to do lines. We've tested this like extensively. And circles is definitely like a duo thing for larges. No, I'm not saying it's impossible, but it's not like the most efficient. Okay, so like, okay, here's why. The vacuum pulls at a constant rate, right? So like it's 500 per second or whatever it is. But the only way you're gonna ever get 500 a second is if you have more than 500 worth of spice in your vacuum, okay? So to achieve that, the faster you go over virgin ground, like the more rate, like the higher the like instantaneous suction rate is. By going in circles, like, yes, you are more thorough, but if you look at like my vacuum right now, like there's a portion of the vacuum that does not have spice that it's sucking up. You're sucking up empty terrain. So by doing straight lines, you're going maximum speed, lowest effort. You're not having a tap. When you turn, you're gonna go a little bit slower. And you're turning over terrain that you've already hit. I think the speeds, now I think about it, are pretty much the same, like turning versus going straight. But when you go straight, you're not going over terrain that you've already hit. Not unless you go like reverse. We were farming side by side with someone, and we were out farming them by doing full speed passes. The other thing is, by doing full speed passes, you're getting picked up more often, which means that you're resetting the boss more often. So then that way you have less downtime where you're having to fly away. It depends on your server. So like, you're always gonna get a worm to come after you unless like I could keep farming this until a worm spawns and then I just hop in. Or what I could do is, you know, just go over here and quickly pick it up until I no longer have that worm threat bar, right? Once that goes away, my aggro is kaput. Yeah, on some servers though, like it's like a guaranteed threat that you're gonna get hit if you're on a large crater. The mediums, maybe not so much, but for sure, PvP zone, large craters, yes, you're gonna run into PvP on a large pop server. What I am doing, like solo farming for fucking 3 hours straight and not seeing a single soul, does not happen on like any other server. So I'm just taking full advantage of my situation and that opportunity to farm up a ridiculous amount of spice so that whenever they do decide to merge my server and there's a lot more competition for spice, like I won't need to farm it as much. So I keep kind of like setting myself like little progression goals, like for my base, or for my bases, I wanted to hit 10 million water in each of my bases, so I did that. I then wanted to hit 1 billion Solari in my pocket. I hit that. Now what I want to do is fill up like 50 containers worth of spice melange. Damn, dude, we're so close. Oh my god, it's gonna bother me so much that we didn't finish. I know there's some spice left, but whatever. Is that other plume over there? Another medium? I don't think we have enough to reset. Well, yeah, I mean, I'm just supplying, like, what I've learned from playing MMOs that run into this situation. Like, if there's anything you can free farm, go ahead and do it. If they're talking about merges, I mean, at some point you're going to end up on a higher pop server anyways. You might as well end up on a high pop server with a ton of resources versus, like, constantly fighting over crumbs and scraps on a high pop server. Like, I basically bankroll and I have people that like farm for me on this server because I have so much resources and I have so much like Solari like liquidated. Like, I don't farm bodies anymore, I buy them. I bought 300 bodies last night. Let's go! 4 fucking loads, dude. All right, I am excited to show you my other bases. Let's go drop this off. We need to do a cargo run, but we're gonna pick up one of our cargoes from my Haga base so I could start stuffing it with Milan. So we're gonna do a fuel run. Bring some supplies out here. And if you're new to the stream, you better buckle up and get ready for some engineering marvels. Some of my OGs are probably like, I wonder what Krotha's been up to just in his exile on Dune, playing in his sandbox. Well, let me show you. The other thing that I'm anticipating is when the 3rd Dune movie comes up, there's going to be a influx of people back to this game, and I would love to be a Spice Lord by then. Ah, I need more water. Okay. I guess that last run did take a little bit longer than normal. Bro, being able to handle 2 bodies at once is like the best shit ever. Okay, let those marinate. What else? Is there anything else I need to do? Oh, you know what I could do? Still not enough. Okay. We're not quite full yet. That's why we need to get do this run and bring another box in here. Okay, cool. Let's head to the factory. Yeah, this base came out fucking sick. All right, Wall Slide, you ready? One thing you will learn is that I do not build boxes. Bro, the heat generation on a carrier is like so efficient, it's crazy. Yeah, so like it's all about logistics. So when I come out to build the base, I have a box, a cargo box that I leave to store everything in. Then I go back to my base and I grab a cargo container full of bodies, and those two containers stay in my base, usually up top. And then I get the third one, which is the one that I actually carry back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, moving materials. Whether it's like, if I'm farming plastanium, for example, I will fill that up with titanium ore and then fly it back. But I will always leave two containers in the DD. So this one is going to be like that container that I always grab that I fly back and forth with. And yes, I'm going to fill it up with fuel. I don't think I need welding wire. And then I'll maybe grab, do I need plastanium? It would be like if I wanted to build something out, like a passive water generator, which I got to look at how much power it is. I might be able to put like one in. Yeah, if they're empty. So you're absolutely right. Like, so when I go to set up, I totally like deploy empty ones. But remember what I was saying? I had a base building one that was full of my base materials. I had another one that was full of bodies. And then I have the one that I carry materials back and forth with. It's 135. Okay, so I could set up two of them because I have like 300 power left. So I have enough to do 2 wind traps, which that'll be a decent amount of water. And I have the filters already, so that wouldn't be a big thing to build. Actually, before we go back to base, I'm just gonna see if my spice sold. I thought it'd be a pretty cool detail if like you're flying in a carrier, it showed as a carrier. If you're flying like an assault orney, it showed as an assault. I'd like that. Is it better to wait for the reset to start making a base in the DD? No. It doesn't take any time at all to set up in the DD. It takes like a few hours. No, they're saying like if they were to set up right now. I don't see any problem with setting up now. You have the whole weekend to play. No, they're saying like they're thinking that it's not worth setting up a base unless you do it like on the day of reset. Exactly. And I would argue if you can play on the weekends, like if you can set it up before the weekend, then you're chilling. Okay. So is someone undercutting me? Nope. Okay. We own the market. Depends if water is going to be a problem for you since you can just run a container back to Haga. Oh, no. So, like, the processing of spice out in the DB is just a luxury thing for me. Like, I don't need to do that at all. I could just run the spice back to my Haga base. I think that's what you're saying too. You could totally do that. It's more like when you start adding up the flight time for doing that, every time you get filled up, it's not really worth it. Because, like, you would still want to put a base down, because if you didn't have a base down, then you couldn't, like, put a cargo container down. Plus, like, let's say you're farming Plas, like the buggy can only hold 3,500 volume, right? Versus the 15,000 in the cargo container. So, like, you need to have a base down to drop your buggy. Because, like, ideally what you would do to farm is you would go, like, carrier buggy, carrier buggy, carrier buggy, carrier buggy. That's 14,000 weight. You have an extra 1,000 weight that you could still farm. And then move the container back. All right, here's the factory. Welcome to my main processing facility. I normally do this flyover with my scout. So these containers are the ones that I've loaned out to my farmers. They fill them up with bodies, and then I pay them for it. This is professors. This is, I think, the second body box. Oh, that's the base box. Wait, what? Base box. Oh, that's my other base box. Fuck. Then here's another body box. Wait, then where is my money box? Ah, it's over there. Okay. I guess, yeah, let me give you the tour of this. So this base is like my main plastanium processing facility. It's got 10 million water. It's got 12 water filters so that the volume pretty much always stays topped off. It's got a spice refinery. It's got 4 ore refineries, 4 chemical refineries, a whole fucking storage system, tons of power. Why am I running this? Because farming slag is a pain in the ass and farming sand blocks is not. So, and I don't really need to, like, be more efficient with my power. This fuel is super easy to farm, and I have so much extra spice residue that it's a nice burn for it. I am filling up a second base full of residue, so that's not an issue. But yeah, so this base, like, intentionally does not look that pretty. So I spent no real time, like, decorating it, but it's got some pretty cool, like, architectural stuff. Like this wall, for example, how I have this all laid out is pretty unique. And then I did this, like, inlay with the pillars all around, which came out really nice. All right, welcome back. So yeah, cool architecture in this one, but again, it's really just a factory. I wanted like big open areas for multiple carriers to be operating out of, so that's why we got this gigantic hangar. We've got multiple land routes. This is a cool route because it goes like through this. Then you got the land route here to go to the station. This is like my loading dock, so I can go in here with a carrier and then I can drop the container through this second little hole here. It's pretty cool. So I love this base. This is like our first base that we built as a community, aka the old aluminum base. But we need to go grab our money box, and I will show you my palace base. So this second base was like my fun secret side project for months that I would just kind of work on, not tell anybody about. I've pulled off some pretty cool like building features with it. And for context, what I wanted to do was shape it so it looked like it was the other half of this broken ship. So that's what's going on here. But you'll see. All right, I should get in my scout because this thing's like flying a boat. So nice little Harkonnen loading bay. Dumps you right into stairs that go down and out. This base also has 10 million water storage. I actually have a lot of the storage hidden in this like fin of the base. Almost all the water storage is hidden in this base. You will actually, let's get the scout out. So because it's nighttime, let's go check out the... So this is the spice vault. It's under construction still, but essentially you're gonna have this pattern of containers going up 1, 2, 3, 4 more levels. So we're gonna pretty much max out all the containers for storage on this base. Water storage is additionally stored underneath in the whole of the base. So this runs all the way around. And then this is the part of the base that I'm most proud of, and I know for sure no one else has done. I spent like a good week trying to get the lighting just right. But welcome to my great library. So all the stairwells like interconnect and they wind around these columns. It's pretty cool. So here you got like a study area. Shrine to my fallen comrades. So also like little UFO bases. And then over here. Sorry, my puppy was chewing on something. Over here we have our workshop. Now this base is just like a reserve base. So when I max out the 4 processors, or the 4 ore refineries and the 4 chemical refineries, I could come here and I have an extra 2 that I can spin up as well. This was the old workshop. I'm probably going to redecorate this. There's the last bit of storage. I still need to take all this and shove it down here. This is like where we got water generators. And then underneath here is where we'll put power and the rest of the water. Interesting fact, this entire part of the base is held up by these structural parts. It's like it's hanging. It's not actually like has like a structure underneath it. Yeah, it's fine. This is like a lounge area I made. The view at this spot is insane when it's like sunrise and sunset. It's a great little spot. Like even just how like this shit came out was really fun. All right, and then at the top here, this arch system or these pillars, this took freaking forever to figure out how to get it to work. Forever. Mainly it was the stability issues, but we figured it out. This entire base is only 1 block high. And it's, when I say it's exactly 1 block, you want to see how many, I don't even want to tell you how many iterations I had to do. Because every time I had to reset the subfief, I had to do all the expansions. Look at my clearance. Look at that. Had to have the palm trees though. Yeah, so exactly. So I have, yeah, exactly. So that's kind of like the next thing is, what do I do? I have so it goes 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait, is that right? No, excuse me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. So I could go up 1 more. You're saying 1 vertical would double my storage? Wait, really? Oh, you're right. It is 5 because of the original. Yes. So I could do what? So what I've been debating is doing. Oh, that's kind of funny that they have all those no build spots there. I've been debating extending this one out again so that I could build like a second carrier landing pad and like how. So you can see like that fin that I created that has the water storage in it. I was gonna expand this out over here and create like another another carrier container. Okay. Oh, you didn't see that? So yeah, I was just saying I can expand this out over here and then build this over here to get like in the opposite way. You can't claim more land. Are you sure? Oh no, you're right. You're right. You're right. Because my other base is 6. It's 2x3, and I have 6 down right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. So I can only go up. Which, if I did do that, I would literally just be building on top of this. I can't go down because we're built right on top of the Sentinel City, like, farm spot. And then the last kind of cool bit, this is like the private residence. And then I have my glorious roleplay room. This bed design I'm probably the most proud of. This came out so fucking good. Like, so good. I wanted to use these new smuggler pieces somehow, so that's just what I came up with. Got the desk. Got the study area. Got the water storage. I can check, you know, hey, what are my levels at? Oh, we're full. All right, bet. In fact, let's top ourselves off here. And then we got a little changing room here. Okay, nice little view. So yeah, this came out really nice. Just a fun base. Like, just I always work on something, you know, improve it or whatever. But this place at like sunrise and sunset is just incredible. But anyways, it's my little ship palace. Oh, wait. I forgot why we came here. Oh, that's pretty cool. I want to make a base that is like just a long straightaway so I can beat the fucking land speed record I set. I've been able to hit 172 kilometers an hour on my sand bike. But the problem is I run out of like runway. All right. Coming in hot. Oh, surely I have more than that. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah. Oh, I never unloaded this. Okay, that's... Oh, I remember now. Because that was from last week's... That was last week's DD haul. Actually, we're going to put that in the vaults. All of this shiitake. I feel like I have way more fuel than that, though. Oh, yeah, there it is. That's plenty. Okay, let's head back. We'll go vault this spice. And resupply the DD. Oh, wait. There was one more thing I need to get. We were talking water generators, right? Hey, pup. What's up? Do you need to go outside? All right, guys. I'll be right back. I'm going to take my puppy out. Let's go, girl. I know. You've been so patient. Let's go. Come on. Okay. I love that dog. All right. Gonna go drop off this fuel so I can go cuddle with her. Yeah, vertical expansion would be pretty crazy on that base. I'd get so much more real estate. What I can't figure out though is like how I'd want to shape it, and I guess the inspiration that I would get is kind of like a Forerunner base from Halo. Like super tall, kind of sloped arches. Like have the outside skin be the incline pieces. All right, let's go dump this fuel off. Hey, what's going on, NRG? Thanks for the raid. Welcome on in, everybody. You guys have good timing. You can go check out my beautiful DD base. Welcome. What game were you coming from? Are you also playing Dune? Hell yes, I can see you have been. Nice. Yeah, me too, man. I've been playing this game on the side since. I am obsessed with the books, the movies, like the whole world that is Dune. It's fantastic. I am an engineer IRL, so I like to base build. I like to make super efficient systems, and all the production and energy and water generation stuff really interests me. So this game definitely scratches that itch like really well. And what we've been working on, like our latest project, is developing our deep desert base, trying to push the envelope on what's possible, like stability wise, for a base. So what you're about to see, I would argue, is one of the more unique deep desert base setups, but it actually functions really well, and it looks just dope. So we're pulling up on it right now. We just did a full crater solo crawl, so we got 4 loads of spice tonight. It was a fantastic haul. And we are transporting a bunch of fuel to keep the whole crew going all weekend. $4,000 out. All right, should be the next bluff coming up. All right, let's see here. 1,400. Here it comes. top hanger public. But actually, hold on. Let's drop this. This is it. How are we doing on this? 11 minutes? All right, we'll hang out for that. So yeah, this is the version 2 of my DD base. It's been honestly like really effective. I love it. The next like phase is gonna be, I'm probably not gonna expand the shell out anymore because all this is like three expansions, or sorry, 2 expansions out and then 1 vertical. It's more than enough space. I can fit like a carrier there, a carrier here, carrier there. I mean, we can fit like the whole cruise setup in here. And then if I need to do more water storage, I could just fill in these areas. But for just like farming spice, what I have is like perfect. And then I think what I'm gonna do, let's check the power. You said it was 135, right? Yeah, so we could definitely get 2 down. I seem to get Dura and servos. Ooh, I don't think it's probably back at the base. I'll get that tomorrow morning. But yeah, this came out like really clean. I just thoroughly enjoy this base. It just looks cool. And it's like pretty cheap to make too, because like these special pieces from Atreides are gigantic. And I also didn't want to like build a box because look at literally everyone else's base out here, bro. I'm not like throwing shade or anything, but like this is a box. This is a box. You know, these are boxes. I made a base when I first started. I made a base just like that with the big doors because it's cheap. Like, at least this one is a box, but it's got like, they did different wall patterns. That's cool. Now, if it was me, I would have gone 1 more higher and I would have put like another block on top of this because I think this looks weird when it doesn't have like concrete on the top. Hey, there's nothing wrong about doing that. Look, my base started as a box. Okay, you can see it. You can see the remnants. There is a box in here. Okay, it was 10 by 10. Every time I build this base, I build a 10 by 10. And then I build these center columns. And then I build from this entire top part is supported by just these center columns. Then I expand it out like this roof. And then to give it like a little bit more depth, I like extended it down like this with the inclines. So it's what was it? It's a rhombus. You guys remember the old rhombus from your elementary geometry class? Come on now. The first version of this base, though, I wanted to like mirror this, and I wish they had Atreides pieces that could mirror it, but they don't. So like the alternative would be to do incline pieces. The problem is I am pushing this to the absolute limit of stability. So for those that don't know stability, you can go 5 building pieces away from a structure. So this is actually 5 pieces of Atreides, but they're just 1 by 3, 1 by 3, 1 by 3, 1 by 3. So this entire base is 30 tiles long. but each half is 15, but really it's just 5. So because of that, like building on top of this and up, the stability just gets weird. So, oh, it's 9? Really? Are you sure it's that? Oh, well, god dang. So 9 being like 9 tiles worth. Okay. So I could expand this out 1 more on each side and probably get 12 more. Yes, exactly. Yeah. I could have a big... You're right. You're right. Well, to be honest, if I did expand it, I would probably go wider. The one nice part about like expanding up 1 more time is I can actually expand this canopy so that I can essentially shove a carrier in here. Yeah, well, this is, holy fuck. This is just a 3-hour base. This is like my Tuesday morning. I'm hungover and I'm just putting together my base while I play Catan before work. I work remote, so it's like my Tuesday morning fucking veg out session. But yeah, I don't know if you guys saw... Oh, you guys didn't see my factory bases. It's so funny. I literally just did a tour of it. My factory base, though, has... it's got, like, 4 large oil refineries, 4 chemical refineries, spice refineries. But I guess the big flex is each of my Haga bases has 10 million water storage. So what that means is I can spin up 4,000 plastinium at a time. 4,000 plastinium equals 5 million water. So I can just punch out like huge quantities of ingots, whatever it is. But I designed that factory base around like wanting to fill up multiple cargoes full of titanium ore and then being able just to process all of it in one go. Like just do full stacks at a time. So, but yeah, actually I can't quite carry... Oh, actually, let's unload the fuel. Like, totally got sidetracked what I was doing. Gotta get that fuel. Ooh, we were right on point, dude. Holy moly. That was by accident. All right, this should get... See, I just see what I needed servos and Dura, right? I guess what I could do is fly my assault out here instead of doing the cargo ship. Yeah, let's do that. The other thing I want to figure out is like, where would I put them? Actually, I wonder if I could put them here. Would they produce water if it's underneath a pentashield, but it's open here? Probably not. Oh, they would? All right. Well, that's a great spot then. Does it have to be on the edge, or can I stick it where the trees are? Okay. Awesome. All right. Let's go scoot over there. I guess I meant more like, can it be covered by like roof pieces? Because I know like the omnidirectional turbines can't. Okay. So we'll have to play with it. Bro, this exploration thing is so busted. Look at this. I'm gonna glide up. Look at my speed. I love it. So glad I focused it. Like, I think my next project is going to be finding a spot in Haga where I can do like 6 expansions all in one line and essentially make like a drag race strip so I can figure out like what is the actual top speed of my sand bike. I have like a section of Haga that I've been using to like do land speed records, and it's still not enough. Like, I know I can go faster, because what ends up happening is I just run out of space and I hit a bump or something and I go flying. I'm honestly surprised that my sand bike doesn't just like take off. Yeah, that's, I think we're thinking of the same spot. I'll show you. Oh, what is this base? This is kind of cool. Hey, it's a non-box base, guys. Look at this. It's like a little Star Wars base. I love that. Yeah, I'll show you what I'm talking about. Also, I'm not even sure if like I have like all the best sand bike parts. I end up going so fast that like my like the treads cannot grip the sand. I'm essentially like perpetually drifting at like 150 kilometers an hour. All right, let's see here. I might have to do the assault run tomorrow. Okay. Since you guys are new here, I'll just give a brief flyover of my RP Palace base. I'd love to get your opinion on what I built. I'm just gonna show them the library. She came out so great. The lighting took forever, but I think I nailed it. But yeah, I built this on top of Sentinel because I like needed to keep farming pumps. And then this is, I really like doing vehicle only entrances to this stuff. I wish we had like a flat top doorway that pulled apart like that. I could put like up above so I could land like vertically. But anyways, this is my attempt at trying to make an RP room. I thought I did pretty good. Came out well. But let's go to the factory. I'll show you what I'm talking about. Yeah, that entire base is only one expansion high, so we were just talking earlier about adding a vertical to it. Here's my factory. It's got a massive hangar. Oh, all of my processing is in that one little area. Super efficient. Got my water generation here for stills, and then we've got up above a little farm of filters. Cargo loading dock. Yeah, this was my first base, and I've been building it out. I guess it's technically a shoebox, but it's a damn good looking, effective, and efficient shoebox. All right, let me show you the straightaway I've been talking about. Just got to make sure I don't run into the damn quicksand. Like, this straightaway is somewhat decent, but it's still not enough. The problem is I run into this. So I can only get to 172 on that one. And you kind of crash and burn. So there's definitely more speed I can get. And honestly, that might be the spot to do the flat base. But where I've been going to hit my top speeds is over here. There's like a loop that you can do. Yeah, here we go. So like this. Oh, not quite here. Right here's the flat stuff. So this stays flat and loops around the entire like station plateau. And you can like at full speed, the arc is like such that you can make it around this bend. And not lose too much speed. This turn's always a little funky. That's like the only little blip you got to worry about, but then you're right back at it again. So this is where I've been like trying to break the land speed record is on this portion of it. It's just so hard. We end up going so fast. It's got like no traction at all. For sure, for sure. But yeah, so whenever I've like hit 172, it was always going the opposite direction. So you pretty much cruise like at 136, and you don't get traction till you hit like 70. So my guess is once I like get my exploration maxed out and I can get my heat dissipation maxed, I might be able to break 172. Oh, that was 173. Oh shit, let's go, dude. Hey, I'll take it. That's an improvement. So that's like my new little side quest is trying to see if I can make it work. But see, I still don't even think like if you had 6 bases that were end to end, I don't think that's enough runway. You'd have to do like multiple bases, and then they'd have to be like perfectly lined up. The problem is that turn, like you gotta keep the boost going. So if you had more like heat efficiency, you could hold it and still maintain speed. Oh, we're so close. You also gotta like initiate the turn at like the perfect time. All right, let's cool down. Let's cool down. Actually, we're starting at a much faster speed doing this. Nope. I might have actually had it if I just held the straightaway. All right, last attempt. Ah, just can't make the turn, dude. So it looks like you got to be going like 160 and no faster around that corner. Okay, let me try it one more time. Or I could just go a little bit wider. Let's get our temps down. He's got no turn radius in this thing, man. My goodness. All right, here we go. $174. Let's go. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Oh, Gojin's base is going rip. No, Gojin. I took a wrong turn. My goodness. This would be kind of a fun place to have a race. All right, that's it for me, guys. I need to get to sleep, but I hope you enjoyed my shenanigans. If you're new to the channel, make sure you hit the follow button. If you're on YouTube, hit the sub. I try to stream as often as I can. I am super busy with IRL shit though until I get through my professional engineering license exam, but I'm hoping like end of May I'll be done. So anyways, NRG, thank you again for the raid, man. I will definitely check out the next time you are live, and would love to collaborate and coordinate, man. You guys have a wonderful night. Thank you for all those follows. All right, puppy. Let's go have some fun. Good night, guys.